Wow. There we go again. As always, that darn microphone. So, once again, welcome to my stream. The name is Trusty Brown Bear, and as you can see, I went and borrowed the Final Fantasy XIV overlay that they have on their website, and it's quite beautiful. It's very generous of Squaresoft to provide this. So. Anyways, I guess I'll introduce today's stream. So today I'll be streaming Final Fantasy XIV again, as usual. I'll start trying to get into other games eventually. But it's been Final Fantasy XIV to which I've been mainly addicted. So today my efforts are going to include clearing the normal Eden raids. So just getting through the storyline for the final 4 raids of that storyline, and then I'd like to beat Emerald Weapon, and then if possible I'd like to try fighting Diamond Weapon. I'd like to try fighting the new trial today, and then after that we'll see. Maybe I'll do some Gunbreaker. But yeah, otherwise it'll just be some straight up storyline tonight. So there will be spoilers for those of you who haven't finished the Shadowbringers expansion. I do want to reflect on the playing that I had done this morning, though. Oh boy, that near Alliance raid was phenomenal. It was very, very fun. I was glad to have taken part in that. Even though I felt like I tanked the floor for well over half the battle. So. The girl in the red dress fight was ended up tanking the floor in that one for at least half the battle, and for the fight against the final boss, I did manage to tank the floor a couple of rounds there. But the healers were on top of their game and rezzing people left and right. You know, we actually managed to make it through the whole Alliance raid without a single wipe. But YouTube went and crashed. Oh, did YouTube crash? Oh boy. I think I had lost much of the fight against the girl in the red dress, so I haven't gone back and looked at it. I was frightened to look at that video, so I'll take a look at it another time. But yeah, I'm trying to become more of a professional streamer day by day, bit by bit. No, I know I'm low effort, but things will improve on my end bit by bit. You know, in the end, even if I'm low effort, you know, I still make the effort, and I'll get my stream to where I want it to be eventually. So anyway, I think it's about time to start playing the game. You know, for anybody who managed to visit my video, you took a look at my videos. I hope you enjoyed the streams, and well, let's get started. Let us return. There we are. There we are. Here we go. I made some changes here. boy, oh boy. What should I do first? I want to do the Eden Raid series as well as the Emerald weapon, so I guess I should. I can queue right up for Eden's Promise Umbra. Oh boy. Had some fried potatoes just earlier. Gotta have a bit of a stomachache from the Jeez, I really wish they'd take out all these gold sellers. They're just awful. They pollute the chat, and it's frustrating that they well, I suppose those people, you know, they pay their subs, but at the same time, you know, it is a bit of a drag. So, looks like in order to restore the balance to the Aether, you must call upon the image of an entity embodying darkness. As you have no experience fighting primals of that nature, your memories of the cloud of darkness, ruler among voids, will instead form the basis for the summoning. I've never actually studied this battle, so I'll be going in blind. Might as well head to Novrant to the journey at ends. The inn at journey's beginning or end. I might as well head there. Alright, here we go. Here we are. I will head right to there. It'll be lonely. I don't think there will be too many people. Too many people involved in all this. Antacid for the stomach. So the storyline so far was there was an overabundance of Aether, correct? I might be able to get into this. I seem to be in the wrong role. Let's find that samurai. There we are! The balance had supposedly been restored to the 6 elements. Teams are still strongly aligned in favor of to rectify this new year plan. Alright. A bit worried about standing in that room with those others. Now, what to expect in this fight, I wonder. Eden. Umbra. Here we go. Ground raising particle beam, the art of darkness. Okay, crunchity munchity. Well. Well, it's not a savage fight by any means, so. Hello, hello to my party.
I'm drawing out the darkness. Get ready.
It worked, Gaia! We've done it!
Oh boy. Yeesh, man. I'm dead. I didn't even have a chance to read this darn. Usually I'm used to Okay, okay. I may as well just watch my teammates see what they do. Just one of those. Forgetting to watch your hands. I'll do this for my teammates. I'm not sure. I gotta go here, man. Uh-oh. Ah, the gladiator is up. I should have eaten Umbra again. Take a look. All right. Gotta get this. There we go, finally dodged this attack. Went the wrong way. I spent my retreat by accident. Yeah. Whoops, I keep... Okay. I did my best to get up to full health. Too concentrated. Woo! Yeah! Thank you all for the party. A Helm of Lost Antiquity. Let's see what we got here for loot. So, I don't know. There's a real need on some of these things, eh? And thank you to the healers. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Whew. Oh boy. Certainly learned during that fight what and what not to do. So that was what a world flooded by darkness would look like. That all went surprisingly well. Of course, we have Dactyli to thank for slaying that ghastly creature. You were fantastic, Gaia. Anyone would think you're an old hand at this. You weren't so bad yourself. We make quite a team, don't we? We certainly do. I don't know about you two, but I'm itching to see whether our hard work has paid off. Let's head back. Well, these are all just... Let's see what I already have, so I'm not crowding out my inventory. The plants are just as lifeless as they were before. Maybe the light's influence is still too strong. What in the world? In fleeting hues and endless warmth, a gentle light washed over me. A glimmer of hope once lost. I'm still not sure what that enormous crystal actually does or why it changes color, but I'm sure it didn't look like that before. Gaia is more than a little vexed that your last outing did not result in greater changes in the empty. We tipped the scales away from the light, I'm sure of it, but something's wrong. Very wrong. Ow! For 100 long years I have waited for this moment. I knew it. You've been hiding inside Eden all this time. An Hessian. I am my child, servant of Zodiac. That voice that has whispered to me all my life. Indeed, and thanks to you, I am all but free from my prison of light. Does that mean Eden was used to seal away an Hessian? Wait, that is Eden. An Ascian transformed into a Sin Eater. I've heard enough about Ascians to know they're nothing but trouble, but I never imagined that one of them was behind all this. I thought that restoring the darkness was my idea, but this was your plan from the very beginning. It was, but all it took was the slightest suggestion. The rest was entirely your own doing. My freedom is so close I can almost taste it. Finally, my soul may journey beyond the flesh to which I am yet bound. I knew you would come for me, Gaia. Don't flatter yourself. You've caused me nothing but pain. If I've helped you, it wasn't intentional. Even now, your memories elude you. Hearken unto me, Gaia, and remember. Ow! Ow! In an age past, the world you know was the 13th. The world you know as the 13th was flooded by darkness. Ah, my eye. Like ripples in water, the repercussions were felt in the other shards. None more so than here on the first. We became perilously imbalanced and susceptible to the influence of light. Were light consumed the first as darkness did the 13th, it would likewise become a lifeless void, lost to our cause. We could not allow this mistake to be repeated. It was our duty to safeguard this world from the selfsame fate. After a time, Emmett Selk conceived of a plan to trigger a rejoining, utilizing the very light we had labored to keep in check, and tasked us with bringing the plan to fruition. But at the last, we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, theirs was stronger still. And as we fell, so too was the light unleashed. For us, however, death is not the end. Though our bodies may perish, our souls live on, withdrawing but temporarily to the rift, until you can find a new body to possess. I too would have been reborn, but ere my soul could leave its corporeal form, Ardbert struck me with a blade of purest light, and that light enveloped my body, twisting it beyond recognition. Eden, the first Sin Eater. My soul felt such agonies as I had never known, and then I knew no more. In my insensate, instinctive state, influenced by Arbert's fervent desire to banish darkness, I unleashed the light burgeoning within me, and it spread as an all-consuming wave to every corner of the world. The flood of light. So that's how Sin Eaters came to be. All would have been lost had not the one called Minfilia appeared. Halting the light's inexorable advance, she saved what little still remained of the world. In the process, she also restored to me a sliver of my consciousness, though I remained trapped in my altered form. Motionless, I was capable only of feeble whispering. Emmett Selk, couldn't he have saved you? Perhaps he could have, if such had been his wish. Far easier, however, to simply find another piece of my fractured soul to replace me. From his perspective, there was no need to intervene and potentially disturb with the balance of Aether. And so here I remained. So after you failed, he left you here to rot. Some friend he turned out to be. Thus abandoned, I called out for what seemed like an eternity to the only soul who could save me, you, Gaia. All this time, you were calling to me for help? Yes, but you had forgotten our duty. Though vestiges of your true power remained, you could not wield it at will. Time went by, and eventually change came. The light began to subside, and the dark of night returned. Gradually, my voice grew stronger until I was able to exert my will over you. You wanted me to free your soul from Eden, which is why you had me attack it. Another plan that ended in failure thanks to Dakali. Indeed. Thankfully, your subsequent attempts to restore this barren land allowed Eden to absorb more and more Aether aligned closer to darkness, gradually eroding the cage of light that holds me. Owing to your most recent efforts, my mind is wholly my own once more, and I am able to project my image beyond those confines. Then all this time we've been helping to free Anaxian? That's a fine tale, but why should I care about any of it? What are you to me? Come with me to Eden's core. There all shall become clear. Wait! I think I'll do a little bit of research on the next I have a bad feeling about this, but if we want to restore the land, we need to know what we're dealing with. I've just realized something. If Eden has been absorbing all that rebalanced aether, that must be why we've struggled to restore life to the empty. I suppose we can think about that later, though. More importantly, it seems I've lost control over Eden, most likely because of the Ascian. Arianse specifically warned us about not listening to the fairy's honeyed words, so we'd better think this through before we go rushing in. Oh, if only he and Thancred were here right now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, Gaia. I shouldn't be so quick to lose heart. What? No, that's not what I meant. You are Urianger and Thancred. Wait. I know those people. I'm sure of it. But why can't I remember them? I thought something was strange when I mentioned the festival on board Eden. It was as though you had no recollection of our earlier conversation. This is most likely connected to Mitron. Damn it all. What more is that fiend going to take from me? To tell the truth, the thing that frightens me most is that you might forget about us. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make 2 more together. And if I need to know something, I can just ask you. Why not start by telling me about Urianger and Thancred? To be honest, my nerves are all a jitters, so I need something to help me settle down before we confront Mitron. Is it Mitron or Mitron? Urianger is probably the most intelligent person I know. Let's see, is that... pronunciation. I'm an ESL teacher, but I don't know these symbols. He spends a lot of time reading. Sounds sensible to me. Much better to experience things firsthand than to read about someone else's. Like those coffee biscuits. No book could ever describe how good they taste. Is there anything else you can tell me about him, Dakali? I want to tell her about both. He can walk on water until he can't. He's devoted to the study of prophecies. I may as well talk good about him. Prophecies are funny things, if you ask me. If people know that something terrible is going to happen, they'll go and prevent it, which would make the prophecy untrue. I wonder what Urianger would say to that. As for Thancred, he's the one who freed me from Yulmar. At first, I thought of him as my knight in shining armor, but really he was much more than that. We traveled all over Novrant, and he helped me become the person I am today. He even gave me my name. He's also an expert in infiltration. That would explain how he was able to sneak into Yulmar and rescue the damsel in distress, just like in the songs. I'm hardly a damsel in distress. Well, I suppose I was back then, but Thancred taught me how to fight and survive. Actually, while we're on the subject, that gunblade over there belonged to Thancred. As far as mementos go, it's a bit on the cumbersome side, but it reminds me of our adventures together. Even though there's little chance I'll ever see him again, it still feels like he's here with me. Keeping your memories close. You know what? I should keep a diary. Even if I forget everything, at least I will have something to look back on. It's a brilliant idea. Since we're going to be making lots of new memories together, maybe I could write in it too. As long as you improve your handwriting before you go scrawling all over it. I'd like your entries to be vaguely legible, if you don't mind. Ha 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 ha, of course, your ladyship. And here I wanted to kick her into the water. But before that, we've got an Ascian to deal with. Let's get this over with. Well, I still kind of want to dunk her in the water. Just because of how annoyed she made me. Well, I guess she didn't make me annoyed. I just became annoyed by her behavior. It was good to hear about our friends, but I still have no recollection of them whatsoever. It's just like all those things my turn is saying. How can I even tell if they're not true or not if I don't remember? There's no point dwelling on it though. Nothing for it but to press on. When I think back on the days I spent with everyone, it's always the tiny, frivolous details that spring to mind. The smiles, the little gestures. It's not as though I made a conscious effort to remember them, but they stuck with me all the same. I suppose that's what memories are. A collection of all those seemingly insignificant moments. While they may not have made a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, they mean the world to me. Ah. Yeesh. Proceeding to Eden's Core. Okay, messy ass, so start talking. I'm just gonna make a quick edit here. Okay, finishing Eden's raid. And 5.4 trial. You came as you asked, so start talking. Why settle for mere words when I offer something far greater? Eden will now afford you a glimpse of the past. More than a glimpse, in fact. It will be as real as any of the foes you yourselves have conjured forth. Conjured forth? Wait, you don't mean to perform a summoning, do you? I do. I shall recreate the battle of 100 years past, which pitted Ardbort and his fellow warriors of light against their nemesis, the Shadowkeeper. Just as Emmett Selk recreated the final days of Amarant. Their nemesis, you mean Silva? Now you should know that name. The true identity of the Shadowkeeper, emissary of chaos. And what do you hope to achieve with this history lesson of yours? You shall see. You shall remember. Now your very soul will revisit that fateful day 100 years ago. Gaia, you can't trust Mitron. If you do, you'll end up being manipulated again. Hey. You're right. My days of being controlled by this demon are over. I have a new life now, and I won't let anyone take that away from me. My will is my own. You have no hold over me. This is all you're doing, accursed minions of light. I should be the one at her side, not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of your poisonous influence and keep her safe. What have you done with Gaia? Nothing yet, but soon I will restore her to her true self, and you will help me to do so by conquering the adversary I present to you before you. My clumsy tongue. Her. I knew it was risky trusting an Asian, but we played right into Mitron's hands. Mitron. I'll do whatever it takes to save Gaia. Agreed. There's no telling what kind of danger she's in, but wherever she is, I know she's giving her all. Even though we're apart, we'll fight as one. Together, we'll bring an end to Mitron's wicked schemes. Looks like Mitron's grip on Eden has loosened somewhat. Perhaps to allow me to send you to the battlefield. Once you get there, don't let your guard down. While this may be a reenactment of a moment in history, the threat you face is very real. Whatever happens, you must make it through this. Gaia is counting on us. Eden's Promised Litany is now accessible. I wish I knew more about this Shadowkeeper. Then at least we'd be a little better prepared. All I can say is, please be careful. Oh, okay, this will be like the fight in the near copied factory raid. This is my sort of battle. Celestian Matron appears before you and not only reveals the true nature of Eden, but also claims to share a past with Gaia. The shadowy visitor lures you into Eden's core where Gaia is spirited away. To have any hope of rescuing her, you must comply with the Essean's demand to reenact the fateful battle between the warriors of light and the Shadow Keeper. I died a few times in that last one. Maybe I'll head to the journey to the inn at Journey's End. Oh, what the? Maybe I won't then. Hello, hello.
Place 100 years ago. But what does it have to do with Gaia?
Yeah, this is really my kind of battle. Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah! Yeah! Got her done. So that's what Ardbert and them had to go through. Yeah, the Shadowkeeper's definitely a last boss. So, need. Doesn't really matter who. Well, I want a few things. I don't know what I want, but I want a few things. That's nice. Ha ha ha. Nice. That wasn't too bad. Why does this all seem so familiar? I can imagine that going like that, eh? Mitrons returned Gaius to us, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. So, whatever, I'll just go to quick time. The Warriors of Light, the Shadowkeeper. I've seen this all before. Yes, you and I joined our power as one to create the Shadowkeeper. We bore witness to its battle with the Warriors of Light. Our power. So I was there. And I wasn't alone. No, Gaia. It's not true. It can't be. How can you have been there 100 years ago? Look deep inside. You know it was real. Cast aside those worthless memories and embrace who you truly are. Worthless? Now I see. This is why you've been tampering with my memories ever since I was a child. Just so. Now I possess the means to purge them entirely. Your rebirth will finally be complete. You have no right to deny me a life, to rob me of what I hold most precious. My memories may seem worthless to you, but not to me. I will never be yours. My place is here, in this world, in this life, in this moment. Wherever my friends are, that is where I belong. Then you would turn your back on our glorious past, and the lives we once lived? Any past I may have shared with you is long gone. I live in the here and now, striving to build a better future. And I'll be damned if I let you take that away from me. To be reunited at long last, only to be shunned. But that I had died with you, to be reborn. Even without knowledge of your past, we may yet forge a future together. I'm sick of your riddles. Speak plainly or not at all. You and I fought the Warriors of Light as one, joined in both body and soul. When Ardbort struck his final blow, the light tore through the bonds that held us. Though you perished, I was condemned to a far worse fate. My flesh became my prison, and I was cursed to remain here, an abomination, while you lived on with others at your side. I will suffer it no more. You belong to me. I too was once held against my will, robbed of my freedom. To be trapped and alone for 100 years. I can't begin to imagine the pain you must have felt. But that doesn't give you the right to deny Gaia a chance at happiness. We once knew happiness, true happiness, until fate conspired to tear us apart. I will never let that happen again. We shall be joined as one, my memories, yours, my memories, yours, together for all eternity. I can just imagine just a chance to ham it out. If I lived in a soundproof home, I'd do it. The darkness, it's rising within me. That mark. What is this? Why am I? Hold on, Gaia. Whatever it is, you mustn't give in. Who are you? Yes, yes. Now nothing will keep you from me. I am yours, and you are mine. Oh boy, eh? Oh. We are one. We remember. Hey, where's my voice changer? Dude. So it's true. Gaia really is a reincarnated Ascian? The girl you once knew is no more. The Ascian who's held the seat of Logrief is all that remains. Gaia is her true name. Oh, Logrief, how long has it been? How long have I dreamed of this day? Is that you, Matron? Forgive me. I didn't recognize you. In my defense, my memories have only recently been restored. My mind is still a little hazy. Hardly surprising. No matter how many times we are reborn, it is disorienting to have everything change around you. Even so, I immediately recognized your resplendent soul, and I cling to the hope that one day you will likewise remember mine. You always were a forgetful one. I could never forget you, try as I might. But tell me, what do you know of my past? I admit, my memory may need refreshing. We served together as members of the Convocation of 14, dedicated to the summoning of Lord Zardiark. Although the task assigned to you eventually fell to Elidibus. Yes, I remember. Amidst the chaos and despair, you never left my side, my loyal protector. but in the end, it was in vain. I was powerless to prevent Hydaelyn from tearing our world asunder. So I heard from Emmett Selk. We labored to make our world whole again. That's why he restored my memories, so that I can play my part. Our part. Alone we struggle, but by joining your power with mine, we may yet succeed. My power? You always were one for flattery. Oh, I assure you, I am quite sincere. It would be my honor to serve the cause alongside you, and I shan't take no for an answer. The honor is mine, for as much as I chide and tease you, you are everything to me, my inspiration. When I'm with you, I fear nothing. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. I promise. Even should fate conspire to separate us, I will reach out to you, wherever you may be. And I will come running. Like a twisted Final Fantasy X. We were destined to find each other, to awaken our buried past and be born anew. Though our brethren employ crystals to return sundered souls to their office, without them, such a feat was beyond my reach. But by becoming one in mind and body, my memories are yours. At last you have awoken. Now, the time has come to restore our world to the utopia it once was. Let Gaia go! You are not worthy to speak that name. If you must call her anything, use the name chosen by her parents, if you even know what that is. No, to me her name is Gaia. And nothing you say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's an Ascian. She's my friend. Was your friend. Never again will she answer to your cries. You won't give up on her? We'll break the shackles that bind her. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back. Accursed servants of light, you will not tear us apart again! What is this? Visions in my mind. A summoning? All your hopes and fears turned against you. There is no escape from your past. Ryan is racked with agony as unseen tendrils grasp at her memories. No, my memories. They're being used to fuel a summoning. Is this how it feels to have the fairy inside my mind? To think Gaia had to endure it for so long. You're right. However bad this is, it's nothing compared to what she's going through now. But if the summoning really is based on my hopes and fears, it will most likely create a foe unlike any you've ever fought before. Whatever it may be, I believe in you. We'll find a way through this. I know it. Alright, let's take a look. Eden's Promise, Anamorphous now accessible. Take a look at what whatchamacallit are. Where is Anamorphous? Okay. Okay, this is gonna be what? Like XIV? Burnt strike, a line AoE telegraphed on the middle of the battlefield will appear. Okay, well, if he's on fire, fire close lightning away. Unavoidable raid-wide AoE. Just make sure you're ready to heal everyone up after it casts. Okay, Tankbuster, Turn of the Heavens. Those are just AoEs that can't. Shifting Sky. Prismatic Deception. Okay. Well, that means I'll give these a try. Oh, I wanted to. I wanted to go get my equipment repaired. Don't know if I can get it at the end of Journey's Head. So let us go to Modzurk. Or Souk. Da-da-da-da. Mender, repair all, please. There we go. There we go. Matka. Alright. Uh-oh. The healers are feeling. The healers are acting up. Them in their residual ways. I don't know if I really feel up to healing this time. Oh. Uh-oh.
I know this place. It's the jail in Yulmore. in our way. We will never give up hope.
Hello, hello. Oh.
I'm the only one fit to protect her.
Could be born from my memories. That creature is passing on its ether.
Alright, alright.
You're not going anywhere. The speed of steel takes nothing. How about you? You're not going anywhere.
I sense a surge in the ether.
I didn't know where to go.
Come, show me your strength. Beasts like me, answer my call.
Oh my. Ah, shit. I should have went to the center.
Let's try something else.
Being a Spider-Man.
Blade is imbued with light.
How about you? feeble shield protects nothing. Light flaming.
Should I go? Ah,
Feeble shield protects nothing. Light flaming.
can it be saved from here?
You're not going anywhere. A feeble shield protects nothing.
Oh, nice. Ah, thank you all for the party. Hey.
She deserves all the happiness in the world.
I didn't win anything this time, but that's all right. So this is the way of the Asians. To use the memory of our loved ones against us? That fragmented souls would triumph over their fears, while we succumb to ours, thereby setting our star upon a course of ruin. That inferior beings such as you should succeed while we failed. It defies all logic. Now's your chance. Gaia's still in there, fighting to free herself from Logrief's will. Even now, you would defy us? We will remove every last vestige of your meaningless mortal existence. Gaia's memories, they're being destroyed. Impurities must be purged. We shall begin by erasing you from her past, and then by your deaths, erase you from her future. There is no place for you in our utopia. We may be mere mortals, our souls fragmented, but our existence is not meaningless. And you should understand this. Before you awoke as an Ascian, you lived as one of us. You had your own memories, and surely they mean something. The lives you led can't all have been for nothing. To we who have known perfection, they are less than nothing. Compared to yours, our lives may seem insignificant. Nevertheless, we lived them to the fullest, and though it may take us 1,000 years, we have the potential to build a world every bit as wonderful as yours. But you won't even allow us a chance to live our own lives and forge our own future? Whatever you forge will inevitably crumble to dust, but we are immortal, our legacy eternal. If our world cannot be made complete as it once was, we will create a perfect moment that shall last forever. By our hand shall our paradise be made, where there is no beginning and no end. Eden's absorbing enormous amounts of aether. At this rate, the whole world will be drained. Light and darkness, the elements of nature, all in harmony. A sublime utopia where time has no meaning. We shall become one with Eden, free to live in peace for eternity. No, Gaia! There's only one thing for it. I'll try to disrupt the balance of aether and create an opening for you. We can't let it end like this. It's up to us to save Gaia. My Tron won't get away with this. It's all about love, friendship, and courage. Alright, Eden's Promise Eternity now accessible. Let's take a look at this. Whoo! Whoo! Eternity. Memorizing the patterns of the primal crystals. Unavoidable raid-wide AoE. Leviathan blue, middle, diagonal. The safe zones for the strike are diagonal from the boss. I'll probably get carried anyway, it doesn't matter. In a fairly tight space on either side of the boss. Be immediately left or right of the boss to avoid. Both tanks will be marked with large. So hopefully get carried in this one. Stage 2, line stack marker. Targeted cone. You know, I think I have enough for that second piece of armor that I was after before. Just a moment, Green. Can you hold on for at least half an hour? Go get a new piece of armor. Oh, there must be 100 people here. 200. Okay, let's take a look here. Look on Tombstones of Revelation. Oh, what the night? Okay, I was looking at the wrong tombstones again. Well. My observation skills are top-notch as usual. I can easily get these sorts of things on a 4th try. Alright. Okay, this is gonna be like refulgence, isn't it? You know, just barely any time to do anything. no time to react to anything. It's gonna all be basically memorization, pretty much. Okay. Yeesh. Yeesh to this, man. Yeesh. Yeesh kebab. Oh my. Oh my. Jeez. What am I gonna do? Well, first of all, I should go to the washroom. I'll do that first. First and foremost. You know, just this battle, it seems very complicated. Don't know. Really don't know. Wow. I'll just try to follow everyone else, I guess. Well, you know, I've done the Nail Van Darnus fight. That was pretty complicated. I think gonna have to remember. You know what? I can do this. Just need to. I just have to get my body to remember. I just have to get this final boss to teach my body the fight. I'll never remember otherwise. Yeah, learn through muscle memory. Haha. Yeesh. The entity formed by the fusion of Matter and Gaia seeks to create a utopia where time has no meaning. Should this plan succeed, not only will the vast quantities of aether absorbed by Eden drain the land of life, but Gaia as you know her will be lost forever. Rene makes a desperate bid to send you to pursuit, though there is no knowing what manner of danger you will face. middle of the battlefield. If I remember correctly, there was a... Hey, I wonder what Tabitha has. The sea cell. 25 million gil, hey? Golden Ronkin flute. Hidden relic exchange. Token exchange. Defragmented tombstone. Yeah, if I remember correctly, there was a... There was somebody who would take, who was it that bought the manufactured coins again? Is it Fathard? Oh no, it wasn't Fathard. Ah, well, I don't know who it was. I don't know. What you gonna sell? Oh, I didn't even see what that said. Boy, I'm gonna have to figure something else out here. I'm losing confidence at doing that final Eden's Promise. Alrighty. Guess the only way to learn is to have the boss teach my body. I'm not gonna write that out to my FC member. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah. I'll just hope that
Eden will become a utopia. One that we may share for all eternity.
She's still in there. Somewhere. I won't give up on our future, Gaia. No matter what.
ah, right.
Must you interfere? Our utopia will only be complete. Once you are erased from our memory.
You've got to protect her memories. Hurry!
You would defy us.
Delicious, aren't they?
These aren't quite good.
See? Let's have another one. Perfect.
What happened to the other half?
Am I being erased from her memory?
I told you it would make a great necklace.
It's beautiful. I think it'll really suit you.
Me? But I thought you should have it. This ice? Where did this come from?
If this goes on much longer, she'll forget everything.
Retire your ignorance.
How about... this one.
That's my color. Now, this one, on the other hand. What am I doing with this? I'd never wear this color.
No! We can't let this happen!
You are unworthy. We shall bring eternal harmony, tranquility and vitality to the heart and balance.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you all for the party. Not much of a dream. Would have been just the Alexander ending all over again. Huh. Lucky, it looks like I got the wind-up Gaia. Oh boy. The guy is now free from my trance. She remains unconscious. We did it. She's free at last. Or at least that's how it seems. She won't wake up. Gaia, I don't know if you can hear me or if you even remember who I am, but just give me a sign that you're all right. Please, say something. Anything. She can hear you, Rene. Keep trying. You're right, Thackeray. I mustn't lose hope. Trying to get their tone of voice at the very least, even if I can't do the voice heads. Wait, what's this? It's the necklace. But she said she left it back in the crystarium. Maybe she likes it a lot more than she lets on. I suppose it does hold a lot of memories for the both of us. Wait, there might be a way we can use this to bring her back. Try calling Gaia's name to help bring her back to her senses. I'm not sure how to reach her, but if she remembers her necklace, maybe she'll find her way back to us. Oh, Gaia appears unharmed. Her consciousness has yet to return. Gaia, we're right here beside you. Come back to us. The necklace begins to glimmer faintly. Speak with her. She can hear us. I know she can. Now all we can do is pray she'll return. 7 materia again. Water's the fastest way. Oh, I guess there was some dialogue that I could have read out. Oh well. I read too fast for viewers. I read incredibly fast. I read. Where am I? My turn. I'm finally free of you, it seems. Dearest Gaia. That fate should part us once more. Still, this is what she wanted. There's no need to be quite so upset. What do you mean? You've been released from Eden, free to be reborn. Perhaps one day, fate will bring us together again, in another life. After all, you've already found me once, in spite of everything. I might even be the one to find you. I fear you will come to forget me. to forget the times we shared. Perhaps, after all, memories are such fragile things. That's why I'm planning to keep a diary. Even after I'm gone, my memories will live on. For future generations to discover. Yes, they'll read the tale of the girl bound by duty, and of her loyal protector arrived in her hour of need. Final Fantasy VIII vibes, eh? Well, of course, through the music as well. Perhaps you might leave out the part where that protector was the one who needed saving. You have grown strong, Gaia. If I had found you sooner, then maybe. No, wait! Don't leave me! Till we meet again, Artemis. Whose name did I just... Well, never mind that for now. I need to get out of here, wherever here is. I feel as though there's somewhere I'm supposed to be, but I can't for the life of me remember where. The director's male gaze. Shades of Final Fantasy VIII. What's this? Is this ice? It certainly looks like it, but it doesn't seem to melt, and it shines so brightly. I've seen this before. That's it, there was a girl. But what was her name? Renee. Renee, I can hear you. I can't find my way out of here. Hold on, I'm coming for you. You remembered. I could never forget you, try as I might. So the aether that Eden had absorbed was returned to the land. Now, just like Mitron, the empty can finally be reborn. Though it can hardly be called the empty now. It's a utopia. I'm thrilled that we've been able to restore the empty, but I can't stop thinking about Mitron and Logrief. It seems to me that they were only bound to their duty because of their memories. It seems that there's something wrong within that. It seems that there's something within that doesn't want to be forgotten. Their souls live on, no matter how many times they go through the cycle of death and rebirth. I know what their lives would have been like if they had never remembered and had carried on living amongst us mortals. Then again, I suppose I am Logrief in a way, but still me. By the look on her face, Renee can scarce believe that the empty is restored. I still can't believe this is happening. It's a dream come true. I just wish the others were here to see it. Perhaps Gaia could pay them a visit and share the good news. Gaia? But how would she do that? Well, Ascians can travel between worlds, can't they? I might be able to do it too if I find a way to use my Ascian powers. It may prove a bit tricky now that I'm separated from Mitron, though. Well, to be honest, I'd like it if you stay in this world, at least for a while. We still have so much to do together after all. Actually, I wanted to ask something. When you say the others, do you mean Tancred, the Bookworm, and Urianger, your knight in shining armor? Haha, no, it's the other way around. Is it? Seems my memory is even less reliable than it was before. The main thing is, the whispering in my head has stopped, so I shouldn't have any more bouts of amnesia. Even so, there's a part of me that'll miss hearing the fairy's voice. I know how you feel, Gaia. Anyway, we've all been through rather a lot, so why don't we head back to civilization for some much-needed rest? Alright, leave the piloting to me. Alrighty. Renee, what does she have to say? I know she insisted on piloting the Sky Slipper, but given her recent exertions, perhaps it wasn't such a good idea? I understand that keeping the Sky Slipper here allows us to save fuel from traveling all the way back to Marzook. Can't we just carry a bit extra? It's not easy crossing the desert in these hills, you know. I seem to remember you weren't too enthused when I suggested buying some nice sensible walking boots. Come to think of it, maybe we should rest here for a while. You must be tired after all that piloting. I'm fine. Besides, I had the two of you to keep me company. It was over before I knew it. Taking in the scenery with the wind in my hair really helped clear out the cobwebs too. Perhaps I should see about getting my very own Sky Slipper. What? You can't just buy one? Even if you could, they'd cost a fortune. Oh, I'm sorry. That must be my Yelmoran upbringing speaking. I'll have you know I'm almost as comfortable in more humble surroundings like Marzook, for example. That reminds me, it's time we made our way there and told Yalford all about, well, everything. Wow, the end of 5.4. After all the unimaginable things we've seen in EMT, it's nice to get back to a bit of normality for a change. I'll say one thing for this place. For better or worse, I'll never forget the smell. Valoran. Welcome back. I take all is well in the empty. It is now. Not everything went quite as we'd planned, to put it mildly, but we managed to revive the ambient aether. Now all we need to do is wait for the changes to become widespread. Truly wonderful. Just wonderful. I shall share the tidings with our inner circle. Perhaps it is time to more people knew of your expeditions as well. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, but I'm sure it won't be long before we can allow members of the citizenry to make their own forays into the empty. I'm pleased to say that I too have some good news to share. Our investigators in Yulmar have finally found information pertaining to Gaia's true identity. Really? As it pertains to matters of a private nature, the information is being treated as highly confidential, so I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I imagine it includes Gaia's real name. To be honest, I'd prefer not to know. But why? You see, I've come to learn a lot about my past, even before my life in Yulmar. I know now that I'm the reincarnation of Logrief Vedassian, and Mitron, the one who was transformed in Eden, was someone very special to me. For 100 years, Mitron called out to me in the hope that we'd be reunited, but there was no answer. Even so, Mitron held on to those precious memories of our life together and stopped at nothing to make them reality once more. You know that Mitron wanted the same as us, wanted the world to be as it once was. Yes. It's a shame that things turned out the way they did. In those 100 years of solitude, that dream became an obsession. I would have likewise succumbed to the darkness if it weren't for Rena and Ackley. If someone had also been there for Mitron, who knows what might have happened. That's why, from now on, I want to help those in need, to give their dreams a chance to come true. For me, the name Gaia symbolizes hope, and though each of our lives may be but a drop in the great river of time, hope springs eternal. Gaia. So, I'm sorry. While I appreciate your efforts to find my past, I'm looking to the future now, as Gaia. No need to apologize, Miss Gaia. As long as you are happy, then so are we. Right, I expect my colleagues will be keen to turn their attention to the empty. If you'll excuse me, I have expeditions to arrange. Till next time. So what shall we do now? Come on, Renee, don't tell me you've forgotten. Poke her in the forehead. The festival at the Castrum, remember? And don't even think about leaving me out. I wouldn't miss it for the world. For the world. My dear friend. Whoopch! Kubo! It's all a performance in the end. Okay. Greetings, Technically. How might I be of service? Talk about the final report. The final report. As a matter of fact, I'm rather curious to read it myself. And while I have yet to actually receive it, I was pleased to hear that your latest venture has met with success. Be that as it may, the readings did give me cause for concern. That was no ordinary ethereal disturbance, but I'm certain that all will be adequately explained by the report. Unfortunately, Miss Renee tells me there may be a slight delay. She will inform me once it is finished and they are ready to make their journey back here to Mortsuk. I shall contact you via link pearl as soon as I hear from her. Some days later. Here's the report, written by yours truly. I think you'll find it quite a riveting read if I do say so myself. Oh, so you have taken over from Miss Renee on this occasion. Well, I've recently become interested in writing. It seemed a good opportunity to practice. I thought giving an objective account of events would be straightforward, but it's surprisingly difficult. Reading it back, most of it seemed like gibberish. There are also a few creative liberties in the parts that you couldn't quite remember. In any case, I expect it will prove most valuable, providing I'm able to discern fact from the embellishments. With that taken care of, let's treat ourselves to some more stacks. Embellishments? I wonder. Oh, you're not still worried about that, are you? It was you just filling in the blanks, that's all. Here, take a look at this. I found this after I recovered from the last battle. It's another one of those crystals. The ones that contain Eden's memories. As you focus on the crystal, visions of vanquished adversaries sear your mind's eye, appearing to be far more puissant than your recollections. Puissant? Puissant. Yes, I saw the images too. I'm glad the foes you actually fought weren't quite so ferocious. Ferocious. Nevertheless, now that we know what Eden truly is, we owe it to Mitron to keep these memories alive, altered though they may be. Gaia, are you sure about this? For all that rage and malice, there was some good in there. And these memories were of you, Dactyl, so I want you to have the crystal. Think of it as a parting gift from Mitron. Anyway, what was that you were saying about snacks, Renee? Maybe once we're done, I can take you for a ride. I've got transportation of my own now, you see. What? Whenever did you... Oh, never mind. Sure, I'd love to go for a ride. And why don't we ask Dactyl and Lurie to come along too? I'm afraid there's only room for two. Maybe some other time? And there they go. Whatever Miss Gaia beheld in this crystal seems to have quite resonated with her. If you like, we'll keep it here on your behalf. Whenever you wish to gaze into its depths again, you only need to say the word. Scary, scary. Duty complete. Whew, all right. Okay, I'm still short of revelations. We're looking to establish a permanent base of operations at EMT, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Even transporting supplies there is quite an undertaking. Greetings, Dactyl. How might I be of service? Asked about Eden. I, for one, am overjoyed that we can share the knowledge of our work in EMT with others. If all goes well, it will not be long before we can allow people to travel there themselves. Of course, one can't expect vast wilds of Orion land to become fertile overnight, but the green will spread in due course. In the meantime, perhaps we should start thinking of a new name for the place. Just call it Eden. Well, no, that's ominous. Call it not even a utopia. It's a real place. Don't call it the New World because that just brings up bad karma as well. Next is Emerald Weapon, I guess. That's Porta Praetoria. Okay, let's take a look at the trials. Go into this one first. Trials Stormblood. No, Trials Shadowbringers. Okay. Resistance escort. Heading to Turncliffe. Yeah. Here's I've been separated from my family ever since I was forced into the army, but I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I've got you and your friends to thank for that. My main concern is that Legatus Valens won't take this lying down. That man is like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he never lets go. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. Turncliffe. Which way to the Aetherite? I bet it's this way, ain't it? Maybe this will become the Aetherite Plaza. Maybe they'll just leave this as is for the duration of the game. Perhaps there will never be any further exploration of this city. Okay, so I guess I was never here. It was never here that we needed to go. What is it? Yes, let's return to Girabernia. Should be trials. Okay, so where else? Okay, I don't get any of this. I'm just gonna join. I haven't a clue what's going on. Supriya. Slyboli, Slyboli. Hey, since it's morning now, go listen to one of the better songs, one of the best songs in the game, in any game. Lots of people setting up for the Emerald fucking fight, hey? They approach the Stormblood, the finale of Stormblood. Salt and true, yeah. Woo! Look at me go. Alright. Okay. Just waiting on this duty. Should have did it a couple days ago. There probably would have been lots of people doing it then. I wanted to do it before they shut the game down for the work on the patch, But, you know, I got pretty low energy that day. I'll see if there's anybody up here waiting for final duty of this patch. Or rather, the final duty of the main story of the patch, of the expansion 5.0. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's somebody waiting up here. Let me in! Let me in! Here we go. Castrum, Marinum. There it is, the Emerald Weapon. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Look, Father, this is the power that we command. Dang it! Nice. Okay, looks like the okay, I think I got it now. Alright. Haha, the near raid prepared me well for that. Although I think technically this is what to prepare you for. No! Oh, get... Oh boy, what is this? I keep forgetting to put on the dots. Nice! Got him! There's gonna be a second phase. Not even you can beat the Emperor's finest, activating Oversoul. Belsar, Comet Daddy, Red Eye. Initiating organic core override. Alfie. Alphonse, this is goodbye. Rex, what have you done? Rex, what have you done? What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Whoa. Incredible. Synthetic aura might be causing this. That was kind of cheap. I jumped the gun a little. Why'd it have to take so long? Whew. Gotta be kidding me, man. It was just a microsecond off. So I'll just concentrate on surviving then. Ah, you. There we go. Good enough for a couple of hits over the course of the battle. Man, these maniacs at Square just want the players. Just the tiniest sliver of space there, eh? You get him? You got him? Thanks. Thanks. Thanks, y'all. Man. Where was this anyhow? And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life? But why would Rex throw away his life for this? You are right. If I am ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald weapon here sooner or later and make good their escape. Meaning, the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the war mechanism remains. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald weapon was ilm for ilm, a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Thackeray has again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Oakidens is free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the emerald weapon. Perhaps then, Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. I and Iron Rex will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the emerald weapon. Carefully, that is. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Recon, too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic aura sight system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. Isn't this what the Ascians were doing with the beast tribes before? To make their primals more powerful? Unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would. But what I don't understand is, why are all of you so willing to give your lives for a weapon project? What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But the cruelty pales in comparison to Valence. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Allie, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Allie. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Allie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlet's freedom. No. How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. We will forever be at your side, Allie. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No, let me go! Ah, boy, eh? So, win or lose, the plan is to hand over the Castrum to Father, is that right? Yes, they'll take Allie into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak for it to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Orosite system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. Is it the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems like she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, I'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Just a boot. Severa is taking care of Allie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. The vision you witnessed is indeed true. Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she is ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied states of bruising. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you have seen this before. Seen? I have lived through it myself. I was born in Werlet, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more that can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlet, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Zenas, Galvas, and Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Wordlet. Well, it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to his side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Wordlet. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I know not of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I had always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak. That there are those who become drunk in the power afforded by their station and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a cancer, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Ora, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Hallie thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Hallie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdean's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there's been any change. Gaius, Severa. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, it was not to be. Though you have overcome the emerald weapon, it is hardly cause for celebration. Another young life cut short. Suppose you're here to ask about Hallie. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Hallie, I am sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melisandre and Rickon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Hallie, you must tell me all that you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, till eventually a man named Valens van Vera was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he is planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens van Vera. I must admit, it was only recently that I first heard that name. Valens used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose to the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valence has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you traded those who served the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin. Valence is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how some far will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away, nothing good could ever come out of it. So the marks on your body are his handiwork? Yes, the Valence and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemon, he never would have been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valence if we had wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay to see the weapons project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valence and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. That way, we might start afresh and find a place we could call home. Not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace. You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew you'd never consent to our participation in a weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valence. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Verlet. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. May have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be. I have failed him. Failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. We will free him from Valence if it is last thing I do. Last thing I do. Thank you. Thank you. He needs you. Now more than ever. Listen, Ellie. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit. But the Ultima weapon was not born to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry. I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Allie, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Melisandre, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but... Lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I know now why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Girabernia? Your loving father Act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day? Or will you honor your word? Seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. I could do with something, a light snack. I'll be back in 2 shakes. 2 shakes of a Mikote's tail. Mikote te. She's like trying to say Mississippi. She's like trying to say Massachusetts. I'll be back in a second. Hello, hello, I'm back. Guess I gotta go to Square now. Grab myself some popcorn. A good late night snack. Oh, it smells a bit scorched though. Oh well, whatever. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you give us a blow-by-blow account, if you wouldn't mind. Good griefs, sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with, rather than you than me. Shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention. Until then, be sure to get some rest. Three weapons. Three pitiful displays of ineptitude. Ah! To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her, and this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course. It's your first time, isn't it? Come along. There's no need to be shy. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way. I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now, let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad. 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 Ah. Well done. You've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. As for you, I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius Van Baelsar, whatever it takes, and if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data, so whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Orosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. I wonder what his voice sounds like. If they gave him any a voice actor, I'd like to know what he sounds like. Our Valence preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys. Who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. This is my chance, and it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valence, then the Empire itself will fall, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Allie safe. Sandia, Recon, Rex, I'll see this through to the end, I promise. Till then, watch over me. So, is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic aura sight system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. What's going on? You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. I wonder what this guy sounds like. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core override. My mind is no. Just what it takes to protect you both. I love you. I'm so sorry. Where is my prey? Organic core overwrite complete. Xenos Galvus data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey right from the outset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic aura sight system. How revolting. And what a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. But sir, he agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens van Vero, bargaining with savages. Ha! More fool him for trusting me in the first place. Now, get rid of this. A blade gives weapons. My channel is passing the crafting on. This is more than a mere hobby. It is the wind in my sails. Why, yes, of course. At the moment, please. Okay. The Resistance troops wish to help their newfound allies in Turncliffe. And actually, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet. Helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Dactyl. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your useful escort. I wish you all the best. So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Travel to Turncliffe? Oh, yes. Huh. Dias and Valdalian. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Verlet, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we do not know. Stands to reason, however, that if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. While I am painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear of how it treats its own. War machina that feed on the very lives of their pilots. I can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the sapphire weapon, aren't you? I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Evelina, and I grew up here. I stayed throughout the occupation and was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years we suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town, but with the Resistance troop and Ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. I'll let you do the talking if that's alright. Something I can help you with? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion of all places. What do you mean, of all places? It all began while we were serving together in this 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rikan, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius van Belisar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Sas Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius. It wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that our rogue Guardian had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving in the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Lataclavius of the 14th, Neraltos Gavia, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlet, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a trueborn Garlean to such barbaric treatment, not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their codenames, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Let's bring an end to the weapon project together. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but the death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met to the Empire. She was just another pawn in their games. I'll never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. First, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that Warmog you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I've done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Not today, I've already done that. Bow, 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 bow. So how's your time at Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlet's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlet. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent flying with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. Be sure to pass on any pertinent information. Meantime, take care. It's just gotten crazier. The Russian's troops have received intriguing information from Merlin. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. Still, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Werlet. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks. I'll take it from here. Whoever it could be. Whoever it could be. Oh, Fordola. Oh, Naga. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ralger's streets much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlet have also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Werlet Revolutionaries, and they aim to dispose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Valsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenus for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlet in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Talaferoi, as do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Thackeray. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf, but I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Have I left it too late? It took a while to get to this point. Another trip to Turncliffe, is it? Ooh. Oh boy, I've been going at her. Well, it's almost 5 hours now. Okay. Oh. Oh, looks like Ivola studs. It's been a long time coming, but finally Werlet will throw off the shackles of Imperial Luro. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Balsar of all people lead the charge, but as I always say, if you want a job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Werlet once, so I'm certain he'll be just as successful a second time. Ah, Gaius Balsar, I presume. I come bearing the Alamegan's Resistance official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. I think the server must be under quite a bit of pressure. Look at all this frame rate drop. Even so, the people of Werlet chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment and whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Werlet. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind, that only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valence who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, when above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes a mock of the ideals that one stood for. By my hand, he shall pay for his vile crimes. We are running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. There is something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Why did Allie have to keep this all a secret? We could have helped her. You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room. Dear Father, I am sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake, and for the freedom of Verlet, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest in my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Allie. She's heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Verlet. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Allie and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Verlet revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Dakali is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Allie and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Severa, and so did Allie when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Can you hear me? I'm in Werlet, just outside Castrum, Colonum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we have lost the signal. This must be what Allie spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlet from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If your revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I cannot allow this. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Trusty Brown Barrett. I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable. So far. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlet may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Oh, they don't keep that music going, eh? Ah, they're changing the scene, that's for a reason. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlet headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valence, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and the Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Baelsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots, as per our agreement. Of course, a handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic aura sight. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations, and you are everything I desire. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valence. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Verlet be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Verlet citizenship if I so desire. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? And you have taken a throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Verlet you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Ah, yes, Alwick. Or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? One step closer to my coronation. The moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Initiating the synthetic aura sight system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon. Codename Zenith. Commencing activation sequence. Behold perfection itself. Melisandre, Recon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. Foresight is taking on. I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? Diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Well-born filth, if you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord. Transmitting the activation signal. It's not responding. That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I am through with her, she will beg for death. I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Riken, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Combat sample, ready, initiating overmind, subject name. Overmind? What is that? This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop the thing before it brings down the whole Castrum. Oh boy, this is getting a little wild now. Were it not for you, I suspect Gaius would have ventured in the world by himself with little more than gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course of action. I was unable to save Melisandre, Rickon, and Rex, but there may yet be hope for Ali and Alphonse. Ready to depart. I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valdean, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Although this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Ellie is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days at the Black Wolf. Your penchant for gigantic war machina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you again, Dakali. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. Ooh. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We've come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. You have to say Melisande as foster siblings. Alphonse and Allie, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Valentin's safe return from Werlet. Hopefully he's taking advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. You know, I'm guessing right now that, Alphonse knew that Allie would return. So he added the overmind function on his own. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Dakali handles the various armaments. Agreed. There would be little opportunity to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Oh boy. Oh joy. Seems the controls are the same as the previous iteration, though it has been some time since I last piloted Warmakana of Walagan, Oregon. Lack of practice is no excuse for failure. Yeesh. Alright, well, the cloud deck. Here we go. Kinda. Oh boy. It is kind of late to be trying to get into this trial. But then again, maybe it isn't. Well, I'll bide my time. Oh, already? Nice. Ooh. Maybe somebody fell asleep. I'm still going. Oh boy. Tuck it inside. Pin it down at the salvo of missiles. Threat detected. Returning fire. Maybe the data that Alphonse and the others were after was the Warrior of Lights data. We'll be facing ourselves! Well, let's see. If that's not Ali, no, it cannot be. Hope. Critical feat. Oops. Oh, fuck. Ah, yeah. Can tell. My, oh my. I have no idea what's going on during this battle. Woo! Thank you all for the party. Thank you. Hey, yeah, woo! Man. A lot of well, that was fun. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. I wonder if that Valen's managed to survive. Maybe, maybe not. It'd be nice, but Imperials can be pretty slippery. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. Allie! Allie! Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all of the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. So this is Evangelion. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant when he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens van Vero could conceive of such a marvel. And to think that Ellie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she had envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that also might explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof that rot has spread throughout the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now, you will die. Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. Terminus est. Cruciamos. Ah! But this wasn't in my data. Reactivating synthetic orocyte system. This can't be. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. You. Stop at this one. Please let me go, Albert. No. No, wait, no. Even the names of those he sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are ye to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop, I beg you. You can't do this to me. I'm Valence Van Vero. Better than Gaius. Better than... it can't... Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, Recon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son. I'm growing old and sentimental. Whew. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valence Van Vero and the weapon project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlet revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffer considerable losses, they have at least gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I have struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. Love you shall find orchestrion roll. Orchestration roll. Orchestrion roll? Orchestration roll? I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does in me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. Sever is concerned for Ali's well-being. The recent events in Werlet have had a profound impact on the lives of many people, but none more so than Ali. She's been in a state of shock ever since he returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Ali to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. Ah, there was one other thing. Evelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go see her? When I last saw Evelina, she was headed towards the new monument. Is it true that she oversaw its construction? Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Evelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa. I hope all is well with Evelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Perhaps in time, Ali will return to some semblance of her former self. I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Ali. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there is more to it than that. The chirurgeons say that this is most likely a result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used a synthetic orosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused to the weapon's core. So how was Allie able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, Alphonse, and Allie. They risked everything to win the freedom of Verlet. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Verlet has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Allie and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate. But the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't. And while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change. And it's just as well. We adventurers would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stays the same. If you need a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, Gas, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Baudelaine and Severa. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present, for the future. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I will follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fought under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways I still am, and even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I too have been given a chance to make a difference, in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Verlet, I'll be sure to tell them the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray go in peace, my friend. Damn this music. Just had to hit the emotional part as I was trying to read it. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Valdualin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed during the Diamond Weapons Rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. The thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Belsar, and like Valens van Vera, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice. And yet they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. It's not as scary as he looks. If he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Oh, damn. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the Castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the chirurgeons look them over and find a place for them to stay. Sometimes all a person needs is one good talk. Seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I think his growly voice hurts. Hurts the throat. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Verla is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Ala Amican Resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. And his face softened by 10 times. With that one smile. Old stone-faced Belsar. Welcome back, Nakali. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? By Valga's beard. Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. We can only pray that the citizens of Verlet are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius' ward gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance, and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Ah. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. What? This is many ways what happened on the first as well. Cardinal virtues. Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories. Their memories. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. Oh, not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Allie. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father. I'm not crying, you're crying. Of late, all I can think about is weapons, weapons, weapons! I channel this passion into crafting homages of all my favorite war machina, which is more than a mere hobby. It is the wind in my sails. The diamond weapon. An excellent choice. I'll have it ready in a jiffy. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons, one that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give one regardless. Let me begin with its alternate name, AEWIZ. Like the other models, it is an anti-icon war machina, and the I is the numeral indicating that it belongs to the first series of prototypes. Z seems to imply that it's the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the diamond weapon. But that's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that the other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final perfected state. But it's the nature of this element that troubles me. Even after reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the name of the weapon project. Perhaps we should give a moment of silence for the young lives lost. I was planning to give this sculpture to the people of Verlet as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used to reenact your encounter with the weapon. I hope it will prove useful in preparing for whatever the future holds in store. So, the mechanics for the next patch, mechanics for the next expansion. Wow. Huh. I don't even know what to do now. Completed everything that I wanted to today. But I've still got lots of energy, so let's see what I got. Let's change the title again. Shadowbringers. Okay. There we go. Hidden trade. Complete. Hidden trade. What? Okay. It's, Castrum, Marinum, and the cloud deck, and the cloud deck completed. Eden's Promise. Okay, yeah, Eden's Promise. Castrum, Marinum, and the cloud deck completed. There we go. So I'll take up completed. There we go. This will be good. And the cloud deck. There we go. So everything. Ah. Oh, it ain't like I got nothing better to do. Let me go find the mender. The mender, the mender, the mender. There we go. Nice. $8.15, and it takes. How much does it take again? I'll go to Yulmar. Looks like I gotta finish up some of those Heaven's Word and Stormblood trials. Trying to see. Oh, I'm 10 short. I know what to do then. Well, maybe I shall. No, turn to Lanolin. Oh no, Mordona, I guess. I think doing these two trials, yeah. What was his name? Uno Kohai? What was his name again? Uno Kohai. I'll do those two trials for him. See if I can do them unsynced. I went the long way around. I wasted 20 seconds of my precious life. I wasted a precious 20 seconds of my life. Wow, man, it's gonna... The two trials that are listed in here are what I think I need to do. The Diabolical Bismarck and Talk Around the Clock. So I don't know if I can do it as a Sam, but I probably can do it as a Paladin. I guess this is bracelets. Turn to inventory and then I wonder if they got 505 weapons in that dungeon. So the Diabolical Bismarck and Limitless Blue, the Limitless Blue, okay. Oops, oh no. Draw. Clear. Exercise party, confirmed. And if I can't do it, then I guess I'll put up a party finder for unsynced and grab it. Maybe I should have gone as samurai. This certainly won't be as yeesh, looks like I'm gonna have to ask somebody to come along. Well, there's probably a way to do it, but now Maybe I'll ask my free company tomorrow. I do want to see that, what was the other one? Diabolical, Bismarck. I might be able to do this one. I don't know. Oh, wait. Draw. Nah. Well, for now then, I'll do something like, just throw the Gunbreaker right now. If I remember correctly, the Hatching Tide event is on. I'll look at that tomorrow. Well, it already is tomorrow. And if there's anybody in that other room over here. Whew. No, there's nobody in there. Okay. Okay, I've done the level 80s Red Mage quest. Ooh. Poo. Yeah, I think I'll end the stream here, and I'll do some work off stream, just to put myself in position for some streams tomorrow. Anyways, it was a very well, it was a very interesting series of events that we had done tonight. If you stumble into my stream, into the record of the stream someday, no, welcome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for taking part, and no, let's play games again next time as well. So, once again, thank you, and you take care. I always like to end it in the in-room, so here we are. Thank you. And take care of yourselves and stay safe out